Good afternoon. I call the December 3rd, 2020 workshop session of the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Board of Education to order. I will now entertain a motion to adopt the agenda.
So moved. Second.
Okay, we've got a motion from Thelma Byers-Bailey, a second from Lenora Shipp. All in favor, please raise your hands. And any opposed? Okay, Madam Clerk, that passes unanimously. Okay, colleagues, so we're going to begin our workshop this afternoon with an update on our strategic plan from the superintendent and staff. And this is really going to set the stage for us to start thinking about our budget priorities for the year ahead. And with that, Mr. Superintendent, you may begin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair. I know I saw you over there, and members of the Board of Education. Thank you all for joining us today, this afternoon, for this work session, during which our cabinet members and we will collaborate and review our strategic plan, our goals, and the progress that we have made on our strategic plan. We believe today's presentation is important because it provides the opportunity for staff and the Board of Education to share with our families, our citizens, and other public audiences what we've been working on and what we plan to address as priorities. And so I want to be clear that we still have a tremendous amount of work to do as it relates to renorming our views on how we approach teaching and learning in Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools. Now, notice I say our views on how we teach. This does not mean that we lower standards or expectations. It is imperative for us to push through and return with vigilance to pre-COVID priorities and to do everything within our control to resume the pace with which we work to provide educational opportunities for all students in Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools. And so with that, I am going to hand it over to Dr. Matt Hayes, our Deputy Superintendent in charge of academics.
Thank you, Superintendent Winston and Board. At this point in time, I'd like to just take the opportunity to kind of ground us for just a few minutes and what we're getting ready to present here. In just a few minutes, we're going to kind of acclimate ourselves to the strategic plan. If you look in front of you, each of you should have a copy. It's what I like to call a nice cheat sheet of the strategic plan. What matters most, this is located also on our website where it can be found for anyone that's in the listening public. Also want to let you know that due to circumstances out of our control in our community, one thing that we'd like to do today is make sure that we keep this as succinct as possible. And in doing so, not having so many people having to rotate around in a presentation. So today we've got Dr. Frank Barnes, who is going to take us through our presentation. We have 3 stop areas within our presentation, which we would like to observe at that point in time for you to fill in with any information that you may deem necessary at each of those stop points. I would ask you, I apologize, I'm breathing that into me a little bit there, so I had to catch a little bit of fresh air. It may happen if I loosen it up a little bit. So we're going to take, Dr. Frank Barnes is going to take us through the entire presentation. What I would ask for you to do is you now have a copy of the presentation that's in front of you. I would ask that as we go through the presentation, if you have any questions, that we hold those questions to the conclusion of the presentation, as we will be joined by several other members of our team to help give specific answers to those questions that you may have at that point in time. I would ask that you be able to speak specifically to which slide it is you're referencing, so we will be able to go back to that slide to make sure that we are all accurately speaking to that slide specifically. So at this point in time, I'd like to let you know who will also be joining us for those questions. If you want to write these down, feel free to do so. I think it's important for you to know who's on our team to be able to answer some of these questions. First of all, we will have Miss Angie Bartles that will be joining us. She is part of she is leading our strategic plan procedures. and also through overseeing its implementation throughout the district. We have Ms. Akeisha Craven-Howe, who is our Associate Superintendent for Student Assignment and School Choice. Any questions that are specific to around enrollment, magnet programs, CTE, and so forth, she would be able to answer those. You have Ms. Kathy Elling, who is our Chief School Performance Officer. Anything around our learning communities, specific to our principals and schools, also around student services, she would be able to speak to those things as well. She is also, if you have not heard already from the many podcasts that she's had to do, or Facebook Live scenarios and Zoom, she is becoming our resident expert with, on some of the issues with COVID throughout our system. So we appreciate her taking that lead on that as well, and thank you. We also have Mr. Brian Kingsley, who is our Chief Academic Officer. He would be able to answer anything around learning and teaching, also some around our title funds, and also through pre-K. We also have the wonderful Ms. Sheila Shirley, who is our Chief Financial Officer, who will be joining us, is already in the room, but will also be there for answer questions around finance and specifics. And at this point in time, I would like to introduce Dr. Frank Barnes, who is going to take us through this presentation. Dr. Barnes is our Chief Equity Officer. He will be able to, at the conclusion of the presentation, answer questions that are specific to our equity superintendents and also around our accountability measures that we have within the district. So at this point in time, I'm going to turn it over to him, and he will take us through this presentation. So thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Superintendent, Madam of the Board, Superintendent. Let me ask a question. Because this will be a lengthy conversation, I'm going to presume that I should be speaking wearing my mask, and just want to make sure that that's okay with everyone here. There's head nodding around them, so I'll get started. There we go. So this is an attempt to give you an update on kind of where the strategic plan emanated from and to level set as you begin the conversations around our budget for the coming fiscal year, and we begin to talk about strategic directions moving forward. As we were creating our strategic plan 2024, it started with a conversation around the findings in Breaking the Link, the report that was released, and its subsequent iterations. In doing so, it really was a call to action to address many of the equity and opportunity gaps that were presented. From there, we built on the 3 goals that this board assembled yourselves, with the primary goal being that every student graduates with meaningful employment and higher education opportunities. We also then said there would be 2 commitments or 2 strands running throughout our strategic plan, both equity and culture, making sure that those things were represented as we were planning for the future. We then built upon the goals that the board outlined and set forth a set of strategies. In the past, previous strategic plans are more robust documents. It was the ask and recommendation that this next iteration would be more parsimonious and trimmed down. So we focused ourselves on 2 strategies, on focusing on the instructional core, the instructional experience that students have every day, and also managing our performance, being able to continuously improve as we can go on. In this first strategy, there were 9 actions that were really composing that area, and we've been focusing on each of those in different ways since we began. In the second strategy, there were 3 areas. One, which I mentioned, was continuous improvement, but also there were areas of being able to make sure that we were monitoring how we were doing in both schools and departments and developing a system for continuous improvement across our district. The process that we use and that we've been using from the schoolhouse to the cabinet room that the superintendent leads is the plan, do, check, act process. And that's part of our performance management system, the planning, which you helped approve, the actual doing, and then checking and acting and understanding this is an iterative process. As we monitor how we're doing with our strategic plan and with our district's performance, we look at things in a cadence bi-monthly, quarterly, and annually. And that's done at 3 different levels within the organization. At the district level, at the learning community level and department level, and at the school level. So at each part of our organization, we're working to be able to look at a set of leading indicators aligned to our lagging indicators to see how we're doing. With this chart here, is here is a visual representation of the cadence from this school year. If you would look at the very top row, what you would see is a week for every week in the school year that we're following to be able to make sure that we're looking at our results, looking at results at the conclusion of each quarter and during each quarter. As we're going, we also had to define success, and there's different ways we could have considered using to define success. One potential way we could have defined success was to compare our district performance to both our state, comparable large urban school districts, and national public schools, how schools did on average across the country. We consider this particularly because our colleagues within the city, looking at reading and our success in reading, we're using NAEP scores for 4th grade to be able to look at how are we doing in reading. So we wanted to look at this closely. Now, the NAEP, or the National Assessment of Educational Progress, is administered every other year and is overseen by the National Center for Educational Statistics, which is part of the U.S. Department of Education. The NAEP, or National Assessment of Educational Progress system, has actually been the most long-standing, consistent measure of schools and is often referred to as our nation's report card. It began in 1969, and in the year 2003, urban school districts were oversampled to be able to allow us to say things about specific districts who are part of what's called the Trial Urban District Assessment, known by its acronym, TUDA. Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools was one of the charter districts that were part of this TUDA sample that's overseen by Congress. We have been participating since that time. Students in 4th grade and 8th grade in English language arts and mathematics are assessed, and in doing so, they're not results for each individual student nor individual schools, but a sample of students is sampled at the state level, and in these trial urban district assessment participants, Charlotte being one of them, to be able to make statements about the district, the state, and the country. When we look at how we did, and the last results that were released were in 2019. Back at the results of 2019, when we look at 4th grade reading, Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools outperformed the state of North Carolina, other trial urban district assessment participants, the large city average, and the national public average. In 8th grade reading, we were second behind the trial urban district assessment, large city participants, right there with the national public average and doing better than the large city average, and right below the state of North Carolina's average. In mathematics in grade 4, once again, we led the country, leading all trial urban district assessment district participants, outperforming the state, outperforming the large city average, and outperforming the national public average. And in 8th grade mathematics, once again, we were leading the country, outperforming the state of North Carolina, the national public average, the large city average, and all of our TUDA participants. This was for us as a district in the aggregate. Various subgroups also had reports produced for them. When we look at what at the time was our lowest performing subgroup, African American students or Black students, we see that for Black students, that our Black students are outperforming their peers in the national public, the state of North Carolina, and the large city average. In 8th grade reading, our Black students were only second to the city of Boston, but they outperformed the national public average, the state of North Carolina average, and the large city average. In mathematics, our Black students led all their TUDA large city peers, outperformed the state of North Carolina average, the national public average, and the large city average. And in 8th grade mathematics, our Black students outperformed each of their peers, TUDA districts, outperformed the state average, the national public average, and the large city average. Before I continue, Madam Chair, I think you had some questions and some comments, so I will pause.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm going to pause for 1 second because we're still not up on Facebook. We have, apparently there's a Facebook link that's sending people to the YouTube, but that's not how our audience is used to watching us. So I'd like to take a moment and see if they can get the Facebook thing fixed, because we really want to have, it's important that the public watch this work.
Certainly.
I apologize, Madam Chair.
It's not your fault, Charlie. Don't apologize for things you don't control.
And while we're waiting, guys, just think about any comments, any reactions you may have to what you've heard just now, any comments. If you have kind of basic questions for Frank, that'll be great, but save your detailed questions for the end.
Really interesting. We have any comments? Amazing. It's gonna shoot some holes in some stuff.
an overview of kind of how we got here, the background on our strategic plan, and sort of context setting of how we compare to similar districts nationwide. And so before we move on, does anybody have any comments or feedback that they'd like to share at this time? Ms. De La Hara?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Barnes, for the presentation. I appreciate the hard work that went into putting this together. I'm so glad that we're looking at the NAEP scores, looking at this nationally normed test, comparing us over the country and even across the state of North Carolina. I mean, honestly, it's impressive. When you look at in almost every category, we are number 1 or number 2 compared to similarly sized school districts across our nation. And it also appears in most categories we are outperforming North Carolina as a whole. And so I want to commend CMS for that work. I think often we don't get to, show this side of the great work that we're doing. So I'm glad that we are looking at this. I kind of get from that 2 conclusions are coming to mind. Like, 1, yes, of course, we know we have opportunities for growth. We can do better and we must do better, and I think we all understand that for our students and families and community. But then it also occurs to me that looking at this data and how we're outperforming other similarly sized districts, there aren't other school districts necessarily that are doing it better across the nation. And I just think it's important to point that out when people are looking at how we're performing and comparing across and looking at where our scores are and how things are, that it's not necessarily that any other district has, figured out the magic solution, if you will, to some of the common obstacles that we all share. And so I just wanted to point that out. I think this was fresh on my mind because in preparation for this meeting, I had been looking at the NAEP scores. And just last night on a closed mom's page, a Facebook group, mom's page, someone was looking to move into the area and said, hey, I'm thinking about moving to this area. What do y'all think? And a couple of people chimed in and said, oh, but don't look to CMS. 3 people actually on this chain. And I posted the NAEP scores and said, well, actually, no, and was able to kind of push back. And I just think that's something that we can do together collectively as a community, because for whatever reason, this narrative exists. And I think it's incumbent upon us to also be out there and sharing to put things in context. And so I just had that opportunity to do that last night, and I wanted to share that with the board. Some thoughts.
Ms. Shipp?
I also, too, wanted to mention the NAEP and talk, just question, or maybe make a statement about the NAEP, because this is something I have been involved in, being in the schools for quite some time. So I knew that we had this potential, and this is something, and I'm glad we're highlighting it, because I found that in many cases we didn't. In the past, we didn't talk about it, yet we knew we were doing this. And being involved in the schools, each school knew, and we got these reports. So I'm glad we are making this public, and we're really making a point of saying, how do we compare? But the question I wanted to ask and remember is that this is a random sampling. Am I correct? I'm going to ask it about our 4th grade. Not every, if I remember, not every student in every school in 4th grade is taking the NAEP. We did a random sampling for this testing at each one of our schools in CMS. Am I correct?
Ms. Shipp, it's more of a purposeful sample,
Right.
in that the National Center for Educational Statistics looks to create a sample that's representative
Right.
of our school district, making sure that they do not undersample certain populations.
Right.
So making sure that's a representative group of EC students and L
Right.
students as well. So they do not cherry pick, but they make sure that it's a purposeful sample so that various groups of students are substantially represented, whether it be in the national sample, the state sample, or our local Charlotte sample.
Right. And I wanted to bring that to the forefront because at one point that had been talked about, the fact that we didn't test every 4th grade, but we did have a good sampling of students that were tested throughout the district at 4th and 8th grade. So I think that that's great, too, to know, and that we looked at all of them. And I also wanted to make a point about, you talked about Plan, Do, Check, Act. PDA, you brought that up too, and I just think that's wonderful because that was a process we'd used in the past. I'm glad to see it is an awesome way to evaluate where you are and even taking that down to the school level. So I want to thank you for this work and what I'm seeing, because this is, really the stuff that really talks about how we measure student performance. So that Plan, Do, Check, Act is so critical to the process of measuring achievement and success. So thank you.
Anyone else? Well, I'll just, if you could go back to slide 9 for a second. So I just, I want to thank you for this slide and remind all of us, including myself, how important the check part of it is. I just feel like we've got to be really focused on checking how we're implementing. That's kind of my mantra right now. So glad to see that. And then slide 11, really glad to see a very specific cadence for when we are checking in on our continuous improvement. So really glad to see that in black and white or in color. And then finally, I just want to reiterate that the NAEP scores, they're kind of the gold standard, the best way to compare apples to apples across the nation for districts like ours. And it's just a really interesting conundrum in that we're number one in the nation, and yet our kids, we're not doing right by our kids. We still have so much work to do for our kids. And I guess that's just sort of we have just, it's not necessarily celebrating that we're number one, but acknowledging that the challenges that we have are systemic challenges around the nation. And I guess the opportunity that we have is to come up with the solutions here at home. And that's what drives me. Ms. Byers-Bailey?
Thank you. I would just follow up with what you just shared. It was a comment that I received one time when I was very critical of how CMS was doing or not doing in terms of supporting our students. And looking at these NAEP scores, the comment that I received was, we're a tall tree in a short forest. And that none of us across the country are really succeeding in doing what we are trying to do for every student. It's just that CMS is doing better than the rest of the trees in the forest. So but that none of us are achieving our ultimate goal, which is getting every student to the point that we want them to be.
All right. Well, feels like a good time to move on to the next part of your presentation.
Yes, ma'am. And as you mentioned, just to reiterate, we have colleagues in the city who have been thoughtful about NAEP scores. Read Charlotte specifically uses NAEP scores, fourth grade reading scores, to determine their progress as an organization, our progress as a community around reading. But similar to what this body has already said just sitting here, is that as we looked at those scores, given that every student isn't tested every year, and although we're outperforming the national public average in most areas, large city average in most of our peer districts, we said we need to look more closely at ourselves. And that is exactly what we did. And so we looked at our own end of course and end of grade exams. What you see here is 3rd, 5th, 8th grade and English 2 results to give us a look at English language arts as an example. And what we saw is since we've raised our standards with the adoption of the Common Core and even the adoption of North Carolina Standard Course of Study from 2012 to the point where we were starting this particular plan, 2017-18, our scores were relatively flat. You see some ebbs and some flows, but we were flat. So when we began to talk about measuring our success, what we began to say is we want to see this most recent trend of flat performance in English language arts to change dramatically. And we've set some targets over the 6-year trajectory of the plan, and which we would monitor on an annual basis, looking at improvement on both those test scores as well as other areas, and that is for strategy 1, as well as looking at things like our market share and really how engaged, as well as how favorable our employees felt that we were as an organization. To look more specifically at academic performance on end of grade or end of course performance, we began to think about different and novel ways to look at our data. And we chose to look at what we tried to explain to the public, and I think we're still in an evolving state of trying to explain it, is to cut what we would call achievement gaps of college and career readiness in half. And I'd like to ask you to allow me to explain what we mean by this. What you and the listening public should see is bars of blue and bars of red. The bars of blue are for various subgroups. The bars of blue are actually the percent of students, in this case, grade 3 English language arts, who are college and career ready. Got a 4 or 5 on the end of grade assessment in grade 3 in 2016-17. So to be more specific, I would ask you to direct your attention to the black subgroup. 33.2% of students, third graders in English language arts in 16-17 were college and career ready. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. Which meant that approximately 67 or 66.8% of black third graders in 16-17 were not yet college and career ready. That would be the gap that we were trying to close. Juxtapose that to, say, the white subgroup, which at that point in 16-17, 73.9% of white third graders on the end of grade assessment were college and career ready. Their CCR gap was 26.1%. That's the gap we're trying to cut. What we specifically and intentionally did was we said there is no one subgroup who is the gold standard who we were trying to get other subgroups to catch. That every subgroup needed to make progress. However, there's some subgroups who needed to make more intense progress, and we had to make more intense progress with them and for them. Allow me to explain even further. So if we were to look at that black subgroup, that gap of 66.8% were not yet college and career ready in 16-17. And we wanted to say in 6 years, we wanted to cut that in half to not be 66.8% of our third graders weren't proficient, but only 33.4% of them weren't. Meaning that if we look at where we were in 16-17, 33.2, and the progress we'd want to make in 6 years, 33.4, that 66.6% of our black students in third grade would be college and career ready by 2023-24. And excuse the 666 notation, it's just the mathematics. When we look at our white students, because we're talking about every student, every child, every school, every day, the gap for them would have been 26.1, meaning 26.1% of third graders in English language arts in 16-17 were not yet college and career ready in English language arts. We want to cut that in half in the 6-year trajectory of our plan, to mean approximately 13 percentage points, meaning that if in 16-17, 73.9% of third graders who were white in 16-17 were college and career ready, and we were cutting their gap in half to 13, it would be 86.9 in 23-24. What you see is some groups were going to be making a greater rate of progress than others, and then the conventional notation of achievement gap, one subgroup versus another group, you could see that gap would close as you're trying to say all boats will rise, but some will rise at a faster rate if we're successful in meeting our annual targets and our eventual 6-year target. Madam Chair, I know there were some questions, and I'm ready to pause to answer any questions or to be able to respond to comments as well.
Yeah, do you guys have any questions or feedback right now, or do you want to keep going? I was actually going to, there's another place we could pause again in a couple of.
I just have one
Yeah, Ms.
quick question,
Delahara.
if you don't mind. Looking at just slide 25, when we're looking at, say, our EC population of 17, is that number taken out separately? So let's say we're looking at the Asian population, 77.9. Is that exclusive of EC students who may also be Asian, just as an example, or are they combined? Does that make sense?
It makes sense. I wouldn't have used the language combined, but say that 77.9% for Asian students would be inclusive of EC students who are Asian American or Asian descent. It would include them in there.
Okay.
When you look at that EC category, it would include, say, all races and all income backgrounds.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, ma'am.
Ms. Schiff? Oh, sorry, Dr. Jones?
Yes, I'm interested in page 23. And when we look at the targets, it's been a long time concern of mine that we graduate students who are not adequately prepared. So you look at percent of students graduating with their four-year cohort is 95% and 89%. But then look at the next bullet or the next section. Percent of students at least one DPI endorsement. And look at the disparity we have there. Can you address that?
And can you remind us or remind our public what a DPI endorsement is?
Certainly. The state of North Carolina looks at students, the courses students took during their high school career, and in some instances looked at their GPA in certain core courses, and based on both the course taking and succeeding in, and certain GPA requirements, will award a student an endorsement on their diploma. It may not be physically on their diploma, but they are awarded an endorsement. And we wanted to make sure a larger proportion of our students were earning one of these endorsements as a signal of better preparedness upon graduating from high school with us. Dr. Jones, to your point, we have not yet gotten to the place where we were able to set a target to say all of our graduates would graduate with one of those endorsements. We too shared your sentiment and your concern that we were graduating students, but not all of our students were as prepared as we'd like them to be for both college and career. I think it's reflected in one of your goals that the board set. What we were doing is making progress during this particular 6-year span that was to be the strategic plan to get more of those students better prepared upon exit.
Thank you. And since, if I can go just to one other, on slide 25, I think Ms. De La Hara made mention of the Asian subgroup. And this has always been of interest to me, and I've done a lot of reading, and repeatedly through interviews and just reading extensively. It's because the Asian culture puts a great deal of emphasis on what they call effort. You ask them, why do they do well? Why are they smart? I did a lot of research when I was in grad school on that, and it always came down to EFFORT, effort. So I think that's meaningful there, the kind of effort that they are from home to school, that emphasis on that, and community. This is really important. So I just wanted to make that observation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ms. Shipp?
Yes, a lot of kind of what I was interested in too, Dr. Jones brought up, was going back to page 23, is when we talk about cutting the achievement gap of our college and career readiness by at least half overall and for each subgroup. But then on page, you just explained on 26 and 27, how do we measure that half when we're talking about the gap in terms of percentages that they need to move to? Is that really, we're talking about cutting half by 50%. Then we look at the percentage points here. Is that where we want to be when we talk about closing the gap for each and every child, when we see so many of our students that are below where they need to be, especially our children of color?
Well, I think what we looked at is when we looked at this, we're trying to think about how do we make progress and how much progress can we make during a particular trajectory. Mm-hmm. As you see on the slide that's presented here, we were talking about if that group of students, and this, once again, this is black students of 16, 17 in grade 3, If 66.8% of them were not proficient at that point, we said we wanted to cut that in half. What that would amount to is approximately a 100% increase in the percent of students who were college and career ready in that 6-year period. What you will see here is, if I were to progress here, is we set annual targets, and this is just one example for grade 3, but there's ones for grade 3, grade 5, and grade 8, would be a percent increase in grade 3, English language arts, for a sample of some of the subgroups that we have. So what you're seeing here is each group would be supported to make annual progress. Some groups would have to grow at a larger rate per school year to get us to those thresholds. Ms. Shipp, I think I know your sentiment and your heart and your commitment as a professional, that you would never want to say that 100% of our students could not be college and career ready. I believe that's what you believe as a professional and as a leader on this board. We want to attain that. We said this is how much progress we want to try to make during this 6-year period. I think some educators, some community members would say this is insufficient. I think other community members and professionals might say this is a big, hairy, audacious goal and would be outpacing the type of performance we've had in any trajectory, and certainly that the national public or any large district has made. So I cannot ignore what your sentiment, that why isn't our goal 100%? This is the amount of progress we thought we could make and the amount of progress that we thought was aggressive. But is it 100%? No, it is not. And I share your concerns. We're trying to figure out what can we do and push ourselves beyond even what we think we can do.
Right. And I appreciate that, because as you talk to looking at a class and an individual teacher, that's exactly right. I say to a student that's a level 1, and I want to move that student to a 3. So that's 2 years of growth. And you're right, you might say, well, is that obtainable? But we want that goal to be success for proficiency for that student. So even though you're saying 50% is obtainable, are you saying you don't want to work to get that child to proficiency, and that is 2 years of growth? So you set that goal, even though that goal may not be reached, but that's the goal. So each child you look at what those goals need to be. So do we set those goals down, or do we set those goals up because we want to reach them even if we don't reach it for every child at 100%? I guess, and you're right, you're feeling me in terms of how I am as an educator and looking at every child, doing the best we can for each and every child in terms of looking at that growth and then that proficiency. Yes.
All right. Want to move on?
Yes, ma'am. So being able to monitor things on an annual basis, the amount of progress that it would require. This was what we were doing. I also want to note, just so we can see what the different years of the 6-year plan would be. 18-19 was year 1. This is how we did in year 1 in this particular metric on grade 3 English language arts. We did not make the amount of progress we needed to for all students. Asian students outperformed their target. Black students made progress, but we didn't hit the target that we were setting for. And then for our Hispanic students, we didn't hit our target. In fact, we underperformed, and the percent of college ready went down. White students were almost flat. So that's where we stood after 1 year. Unfortunately, in year 2, both our assessments and our instruction was interrupted by COVID, and we're currently in year 3. So this is where I would like to bring, as we're thinking about our budget discussions and particular priorities and monitoring this plan, do, check, act process on an annual basis and throughout the year, is to make sure that the board and our listening public takes some things into consideration. Once again, we did not make our year 1 desired gains. Year 2 was interrupted. In year 3, which is we're in year 3 now, we're collecting data, but because of our remote testing and instructional conditions, we still don't have a good sense of what has been the magnitude of loss or lack thereof. But we can say from our incomplete data, as shown in national data, as the Northwest Educational Association, NWA, has reported in several media outlets even this week, that we are considering there will be potential deep declines, and we will need to make a plan and investments for a long-term recovery. We won't be able to recover all the potential loss in one single year. and that this interruption in our testing regimen raises 3 questions I think we as a staff need to consider for you, and this body needs to consider also. And they are: one is, do we need to set a new baseline? Our prior baseline was before COVID and before both English language arts and mathematics assessments had been updated by the state. That's one question. The second question is, should we reset a new set of annual targets or a different trajectory of change given the interruption to learning that's taken place not just in Charlotte or state of North Carolina, but across the country? And third, should EVOS growth ratings be incorporated? Not just the percent college career ready in this instance, but also student and school growth as well. Those are not questions we need to address today or here in this setting, but things that we as a staff need to consider for you and with you, and I ask that you also consider. So moving forward, though we're in the midst of a pandemic and a crisis, we're still working to educate, but wanted to share just a handful of data points for us to consider. As of today, our students in K through 5, given all that you've done, that our team of teachers and principals have done, our bus drivers, custodians have done, just our 3rd through 5th graders have experienced only 7 to 9 days of in-person instruction since March. I want to say that again. They've experienced 7 to 9 days of in-person instruction since March, even with the bold acts that you've taken. That as we were working to address the digital divide, community inequities and systemic inequities in our community were greater exposed. And because of the acts of this board and other philanthropic partners, we were able to raise funds and get not just devices, but also devices with internet connectivity, mobile hotspots, in the hands of 15,000 more students who could not do that on their own auspices based on their financial standing and condition. We have over 9,000 teachers, and I might add the principals that support them, as well as the assistant principals and deans, who had to learn almost overnight how to use new tools and skills to teach their students remotely. And we had to build up a system to be able to help them learn those new skills quickly. And thus far, both in the state of North Carolina and across other districts in the state, we've seen a reduction in enrollment in our public schools. Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools is included in that reduction. We have approximately 7,000 fewer students who are attending Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools this year than they were last year. And that is the largest, this is the most substantial reduction that we've seen in over 12 years. If we do not recover those students, that could result in nearly $70 million of lost revenue. So we're working, we're leading, we're teaching in a crisis. And so as we develop a plan moving forward and identify budget priorities, we need to take this into account, both as your staff working for you, working for the superintendent, but also to engage our community to understand the challenge that is before us. Madam Chair, I know you wanted to pause at this moment.
Yeah, let's, any reflections, Ms. Sawyer?
I wanted to ask if we have an estimate of the 7,000 students, how many of those do you anticipate being kindergartners who held back, kindergarten families?
I have to look at those figures. I don't have those things memorized, but certainly we can come back to the board with a complete analysis of that 7,000.
I just wasn't sure if it was a substantial percent or any.
I would be embarrassed to say right off my head,
Okay.
but I do know there's a team of colleagues who may be able to look that up before we come back and finish with this period.
Miss,
Dr. Jones?
yes. Let me ask this question. Is there a correlation between parent engagement, parent-school partnership, and improved student achievement? Do you have research knowledge on that?
There is research that talks about parent engagement. I think the research that I lean most closely on, although it's a bit older, was landmark research by the work by Joyce Epstein. As she thought about parent engagement, she actually created a taxonomy of different types of parent engagement. And what she found in her research and others who have followed her is that parent engagement most closely related to learning are the things that produce the greatest and most consistent improvements for students. So although there's a variety of types of parent engagement, I think if I rely on Joyce Epstein's work and other people like Ann Henderson and other folks' work to look at that it's the kind of engagement around their children's learning that's produced the greatest amount of effect. Now, I will say that does not devalue parent engagement, which create great learning conditions, which produce great values for learning. The type of grit that you're mentioning, the kind of effort you mentioned, it's not to discount those things, but that's what I've seen in the research. It is not my area of specialty, but it's an area of research that I've looked at.
Okay, so why in slide 35 or 39, don't we have some focus on that?
We're not there yet. We're not there yet.
Oh, okay.
We're on 34 still.
Okay, I'm jumping ahead. But it still goes back to page 23. It's a big override of everything. Okay. I'll wait.
Anyone else? Ms. Marshall?
I just, on slide 32, really more just a comment, on the three items you discussed in the last bullet point, the new baseline or set of annual targets, I think should EVOS growth ratings be incorporated. I'm not as familiar with how the number 3 would be. I just can't quite visualize that as quickly. But certainly the number 1 and number 2, I would encourage us to act upon this. I think a strategic plan that is not really grounded in reality doesn't really do anybody any good. So I think the fact that we are in this crisis and we know nationally we have ground to make up and it will take a little time. I appreciate the awareness of that and would encourage that last bullet point for us all to consider.
Mr. Strain?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to follow on that because I think that's a really important point. It's not just ours to answer, right, in terms of what our strategic plans are, our strategic goals. That's for every organization around the world is having to ask these questions. So we're certainly not unique in that situation. That being said, if I look at our performance in year 1, we're putting this in the context of the COVID global pandemic, which hadn't hit yet in year 1. So we knowingly set objectives that were aggressive, but at the time, all of us around the table felt attainable. And we fell short of those, right, but before the pandemic. So I want to make sure we're using the pandemic and putting it in a proper context because we were falling short before. And so I want to make sure that we continue to challenge ourselves even as we still recover, right? I'll certainly say in the corporate environment, we're having to do the exact same thing because the whole world got turned upside down, but it hasn't changed the fact that we've still got to continue to move forward. And so our kids depend on us for that. And I want to make sure that we're not, and I hope this is taken in the right way. I want to make sure we're not lowering bars for the sake of lowering bars and using the global pandemic as more or less an excuse. I mean, it's a tremendous impact, but we've got to continue to challenge ourselves, our families, our students, our staff to deliver because, you know, I go to this last slide that you touched on here, and it says students in grades K-5 have received 7 to 9 days of in-person instruction to date since March. That's a true statement for CMS. It's not a true statement for many students around the country. Most students around the country have received more than that. But those are decisions we've taken, decisions we've made. And so we've got to find ways to continue to push this forward. Appreciate it.
I'm going to follow up on that. I certainly do not mean that we are lowering standards. I just think that there is reality that must be present in all of our decisions right now. And I know that you all sense that as well. So, and I want to say too, that while certainly we have the fact of the limited amount of in-person days, and we know that, we know other districts in our state are in the same situation, even those that have gone back a little more aggressively, we've all missed days. And I do want to say that our staff and has been doing heroic work to figure out how to do this differently. And so that should also be in our space, and that we will have to continue to do that for some period of time, and again, using the things that we know now to do this better. So that was just more of a follow-up comment.
Ms. Shipp?
And I too want to kind of follow up on this piece, because I think it is so important that we continue to push rigor. We know that. That's so important, because each student right now that's in school is looking towards their future. And I think this is what we're really talking about, that it is urgent, because we cannot change the fact that even though we're in a crisis that we're in, we have students that are going to graduate this year and next year. And it's important that they have everything they need to be successful. And so we have to look at how do we meet their needs in this environment, because they deserve the best we have to give. And we want to see them reach their highest potentials. So this is a piece we have to work diligently on, and I know we are, whether we're in remote, which is not going to change. I think we're going to see that become virtual learning, become a big piece of what we do throughout the country, as well as, working hard for the in-person piece. So I think we do really need to look at how do we set appropriate goals, baselines, to ensure that every child is going to be successful at the end of what is so important when they graduate, when they come out ready for the future. So I think we do. This is a big piece we have to ensure that we're focusing on in this district, and it has to be now.
So slide 32, the last bullet, those are some heavy questions for us to consider. And I just kind of want to get a sense from the board, do you think we should keep the strategic plan as is, or do you think we need to go back in and do a reset on some things? Because if so, we need to get to work and start scheduling those, those workshops. Ms. Byers-Bailey?
Thank you. I, for one, think we cannot possibly ignore the deficits that this virus has created, and the fact that a large number of our students were not successful in the virtual environment. I think it's imperative that we reset and find out where everybody is, and then decide where we can go from there. And I think we're going to have to focus on growth, because there is no achievement without the growth. And because they have lost so much. And it's not all of our students lost. There are some students that we have that have thrived in the virtual environment. I don't take that away from them at all. But we are charged to educate all, and can't pat ourselves on the back because some acquired and achieved and thrived. We've got to focus on all of them. I'm glad that they've thrived, and we want them to continue to thrive. But we've got to focus on those who did not thrive and do all that we can, setting realistic, aggressive goals so that they can thrive as well, and do whatever it takes to help them thrive. And that's where we're going to see that's what that EVOS, that growth factor, is going to do for us. Show them how, if we can grow them 2 grades a year, they have the potential to catch up, especially the younger ones, because we've got more years to work with them. But like it was said earlier, we've got kids that are graduating this year. We've got kids that are graduating next year. We don't have a whole lot of time to work with them to make up for what they've lost. Thank you.
Ms. Sawyer?
One of my sort of big questions is, if we were to set a new baseline, it would seem like it would have to be set not in this year, where our testing is going to be less reliable than it might be, but we're looking at picking probably a baseline for the 21-22 school year. unless I'm off base. I mean, my general sense is that data last year is non-existent, and this year is going to be shaky at best.
So your question, you're asking,
sort
is
of-
this even, if we were to do a revisit of the strategic plan, is it too early?
Well, in terms of where would we pick that baseline, and even I think the NAEP has just been canceled, right? So, you know, I think we're going to be in a kind of a data void for some time here. I don't know, just what are your thinking about when we might get back to having data that's meaningful?
Ms. Sawyer, you articulate a conundrum that we've been grappling with for months, is when would we have a stable baseline of summative data that we could use? I would say one conservative approach would be looking at the 21-22 school year as you articulated, when we know our data is stable. As NWA, I mentioned in the media reports that have been coming out through different media outlets, looking at the data that they have been gathering, CMS being one of the participants using it as our academic screener, is even as you're seeing gaps, what we're seeing is in grades K through 2, students' performance does not appear to be valid. Let me say greater, is that we're looking at students in K through 2, and this is happening across the state as well, who are in the 99th percentile. And we're not certain that reflects necessarily what all of our students know and can do to see the number of students who are in the 99th percentile. That is not to begrudge and say we don't have some of the smartest K through 2 students in the country. We did not think that was on average that would be what they are. But as we're looking at grades 3 through 8, we're seeing, number one, certain groups of students who are not being tested for whatever reason. And I don't mean not being offered an exam, but are not taking the exam or trying to be tested remotely. So I want to be clear, I'm not saying not being offered the assessment, but have not completed the assessment during the assessment window. And for those that it did, we're seeing plummets in some of the percentiles that we're seeing. So the most conservative would be 21-22. The only other year we'd have right now would be 18-19. I think for an apples-to-apples approach, I wouldn't want to use an interim assessment or a screener like the MAP assessment as a bar. I'd want to stay with a summative assessment, whether it be the ACT, which all of our juniors take, or whether it be the EOGs, the EOCs. I'd want to use a summative assessment because that's the purpose of that assessment, as opposed to for continuous improvement. So I think, as Mr. Strain mentioned, I think there are many industries which are grappling with how do we start to assess ourselves if we don't have clean data, and we're in that conundrum.
Is our initial baseline still used, was that before or after a curriculum change?
It was before.
Or state standard change?
The standard didn't change. There was a recalibration of the assessment. It was before the recalibration of the assessment. It was after the standards had changed, and we were working under the North Carolina Standard Course of Study at the time we set this.
Okay, because I know we've always had this problem where we're on a path with a standard, and then the state changes the test, and then we're in this sort of, everything has an asterisk by it as to whether it can compare. So has the test changed since that standard? In a way that you'd need to say, well, you know, yes, but, or is it the same assessment, basically?
The assessments have changed.
Okay.
I think you could put an asterisk by it, but I, as a professional, wouldn't blame the change of the test on us not meeting our first-year targets.
No, I just meant, you know, because I know we've had some major shifts in how the tests are.
My bigger concern would be the absence of actually valid results for us to be able to make a statement on. That would be my biggest concern.
So what I'm hearing is, or tell me if this is what I'm hearing, colleagues, is it, do we need to get out of the woods a little bit more before we think about the possibility of a new baseline for our strategic plan? Ms. Cheek?
So I've been trying to be really quiet and just absorb what everyone's saying. Goals are supposed to be smart and realistic and timely and all that stuff, you know. I don't know how we could set new goals at this time because we don't know what our targets are. We're not going to have data. We're in a data void. We don't have last year's data. I don't think we're going to have this year's data, not in any meaningful way. And if we do, it's going to be difficult because we're going to have students in full remote academy even in the spring. So things are going to be greatly different. Kids are facing this right now that are doing college applications that haven't been able to take SAT tests. So it's happening in every level of education. I don't want to take a pause because the work doesn't need to stop, but maybe the targets need to be put on hold. And that does not mean that we shouldn't, like Mr. Strain said, admit that our first year targets, we missed them. But I think the work has to continue. The work has to continue in a different way. And when we do get out of this dark cloud of the pandemic, the work is going to be different. The goals are going to be different because kids are going to be different. They've lived through something that none of us have ever lived through, and we're going to have to renorm a lot of what we do. In-classroom work is going to be a lot different. So I don't want us to get too deep in the weeds in this because to me, right now we need to work on things we can work on in the environment that we're in. We've got to live in the moment a little bit now, which is so hard because I want to fix problems, and we have to work on fixing the problems we can in the environment that we're in, and hope that we get back to the point where we are sitting in classrooms and able to take the metrics, the tests during the school year and all the different assessments that are needed to track and see how students are doing. We're not there. And then the other thing I'm very concerned about is the number that was put up for the number of students that are missing that we didn't have before that have gone to other schools. I need us to be prepared for that number not to really change a lot over the next 2 years. I don't think it's going to get a lot better. I don't think we're going to get all those kids back. Especially elementary, parents like to get their kids someplace and leave them there. So I think a lot of them that made the change are going to keep them where they are until they hit the next terminal grade. I think that we need to own that and kind of at least acknowledge that that's a very real possibility, that they're going to stay where they are till terminal grade. So if it's elementary that we're missing right now, we probably aren't going to see them back at all, or potentially until middle school. And that's what I'm hearing from parents in my neck of the woods. They've acclimated and they're there to stay. So that's all.
So I see Mr. Strain and then Ms. Ship.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm drawn back to the three questions that you posed, Dr. Barnes. So should we set a new baseline? I think we've talked about a data void. It's not actually possible, I don't believe, to set a new baseline because we're in a data void, and what baseline will we set? So we already have a baseline. We've got a benchmark that we set that we're working from. Second question was about new annual targets. We knew that this was aggressive, but we felt achievable. I think that there is no question that this pandemic has set us back. If anything, I think we need to revisit this when we sort of make our way out of that data void to see where we are. But that being said, my personal opinion on that would be that rather than changing the goals, which we've already looked at, have been challenged a couple of times, well, why did you set it at 75%? Why not 100%, right? I think they're reasonable. I think we need to figure out how to make them happen because it matters for our kids. And so from that perspective, I think one of the things I think we ought to be considering as we come out of this is, look, if they're not achievable because of the impact of the pandemic and the decisions we've made, then let's look at whether we shift those out a year or two, right? Maintain the same goals, but actually shift them out a year or two, right? And I think the third question, should EVOS growth ratings be incorporated? I don't know, Dr. Barnes, I suspect you know my answer to that. I think they're incredibly valuable in terms of evaluating both our individual students and our performance of our teachers, our schools, et cetera, relative to the performance for their academic cohorts. And I think it's really important that we start to look at how we incorporate EVOS and those growth scores both into school improvement plans and into our district goals. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, and Ms. Ship?
And I think I wanted to just say here is that it's not just about, to me, when we talk about progress with our students, the state assessments or, goals. It's also what we're doing in terms of meeting these goals when we talk about daily assessments and the assessments we know we have at the school level. And that's what I'm talking about in terms of progress. And I know schools are working towards that. Students that need more time, small group instruction, students that need tutorials. These are the things I'm saying we're looking at to meet goals, not just looking at the state assessments for goals, but ensuring that we're doing all we can in terms of what we do daily in the school, in the classroom, to see growth happen, to see our students move. And I know I had a conversation in a school situation where they were looking at those kindergartners that did not finish last year, right, because of COVID, and saying when they come back in person, and as we look at it now, here's what we're going to do, because we know they need more, because we did not get to the end with them. So look at making sure we are doing all we can in terms of assessments that we do on the local level, that we do daily, that show us that growth is being made towards these state goals, because we can see that when we were using the maps and before we used quarterly assessments. So looking at how assessments move our children to growth. And I think that's what I was really concerned about, because we are in COVID, but I know there's still things we can do and I think we are doing. We just need to, do them at a high level, and we know that.
Dr. Jones?
I just want to summarize what I heard Mr. Strange say and Ms. Shipp. And I think it's maintain the goals, but we need to concentrate on how we make them happen. And that's what I guess that's where I was going originally. I'd like to hear more about that, how we make them happen.
Oh, Ms. Sawyer.
And this, I don't know how we're breaking this down for when other staff come out. Are we asking those questions now, or?
Well, no, at the end, we're going to ask questions that need other staff.
Okay.
This is kind of like reflection or just
Okay.
like questions.
Because I think related to what Dr. Jones was saying is, where in our timeline of year 1 through 6, do various curriculum initiatives begin, and when are those implementations, and how have those progressed, even while we've been remote, and sort of, and how that might have impacted the not reaching goals in year 1, but we can.
So that sounds like a question. Matt, is that a question to hold for the end?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
We'll ask Brian Kingsley, our Chief Academic Officer, to speak directly to that.
Okay, cool.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And thank you, because that really is going to be able to capture a lot of the work that's been done since then, which I believe is very significant to us achieving those strategic goals.
Right.
Moving forward. Yes, ma'am.
The what, and the how. Anything else before we move on? I just want to acknowledge on slide 34, I just don't want to fly by this too quickly without acknowledging the 9,000 teachers who've been working through this crisis. I just don't think they get enough recognition and acknowledgement for how crazy this has been, and yet they continue to show up and innovate and bend over backwards to find ways to serve the needs of the kids, whether it's online, whether it's helping them get online, doing tech support, whether it's back in the classroom, or all of it all at the same time, juggling. I don't think anybody could have envisioned how hard this is. And all I want to do is acknowledge that.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's good.
100%.
Yes.
Okay, you want to move on?
Sure. Thank you, ma'am. to the point that everyone here has made, that regardless of us being in a crisis, the work of educating students is still before us and something we have to take with the utmost seriousness and commitment. We believe that the plan we brought to you still has merits and is applicable and is viable, and that we need to continue to invest in the ways that we think that can help bring the plan about. And that we have to customize our plans and adjust to where our students are, our communities are, and to double down on these things. These focus areas presented here are areas where we're looking to be able to align them to the actions that are in the strategic plan and to continue to focus on more deeply. If you look at these collectively, really what we believe that they will lead to is the increased academic performance that we're after. But we're going to have to calibrate that. And in part with the leadership of our superintendent and close partnership with our chief financial officer, what we want to do with you and for you is to build you a budget that reflects a plan that will help us to begin the road to recovery for our students who did lose learning and who did step backwards, for those who may have, although we recognize, Ms. Byers-Bailey, that some did thrive, but not all have thrived. But as we work with you and for you to build a plan and to build a budget for you, we want to recognize we need to think multi-year recovery plan. But whatever loss there's been this year and from the end of last school year will not be recovered in a single year. It will not all be recovered in 2021-22. So we need to work with you and for you to build a plan aligned to a financial budget, which we understand is one of the utmost expressions of your priorities as a governing body, that leads us to a multi-year recovery process. Recognizing that we want to analyze both our fiscal conditions and our instructional conditions as we do so. We've made several investments, and we want to, in some cases, adjust, but stay the course, and in some cases, double down to make sure we make progress. As Mr. Kingsley, I'm sure, would state if he was standing here, and he will be standing here in just a few minutes, Ms. Sawyer, I think you spoke to something very directly. In year one, we had not yet started with our curriculum adoption in year one. We started it with earnest in year two. Although it seems so long ago, to think that our curriculum adoption did not actually finish one full school year. And although we've continued to adopt additional grades as we came to this body as part of our equity reporting, we've made additional adoptions in other grades as we're learning, teaching, and working remotely. So some of the work that we've done, we're going to have to stabilize and intensify and deepen to make sure that the type of results we want to see, Mr. Strain, Dr. Jones, that we can continue to make even if we push things out more. But we've already made investments in a curriculum adoption and being able to understand more greatly what our students' social emotional wellness and needs are, as well as investments to help meet those. We've made investments to increase access to advanced courses, creating a baseline of AP exams at all of our comprehensive high schools and ways to push them in and pull them into those courses and get them ready and support them. We've made investments in academic interventions and pre-K technical solutions. We've done different things to add community support, and we continue to partner with our families and to provide supports to some of our lowest performing schools, though there's more that we can do in each of these areas. So as we continue to develop this, we want to build a budget with you and for you, with Ms. Shirley's leadership, that will talk about how do we adjust and begin this multi-year process. Champions have been identified in each of these areas. The superintendent has given us a charge to say we're in a crisis, but I need you to work smarter, better, more aligned, more integrated, to be able to support our teachers and principals in the work they're doing to serve students. And we take that seriously, and we've answered his charge and beginning that work now. There'll be a budget process, but the process of recovery and transformation will go beyond just this budget process. But we'll be working with you and for you throughout the months ahead as we prepare a budget that we hope that our county partners can accept, support, endorse, and fund so that we can begin to make the road to recovery and support our students and give them the education that they continue to need and deserve. With that, I want to hand things over to our superintendent, to our deputy superintendent of academics, and to be able to answer any questions you have with my colleagues who are waiting in the room adjacent.
Thank you, Dr. Barnes.
So Superintendent Winston, right before you get ready to say anything else, if you don't mind, I'd like to go ahead and just restate who's going to be with us, joining us in just a few minutes, so everyone knows who those individuals are. And we can direct our questions to them as they come in the room. So we're going to have Ms. Angie Bartles, who will be with us, who has worked specifically around our strategic plan, not only just the process, but also implementation. I apologize, Ms. Keisha Craven-Howe she has a family that she needs to go and be with for just a few minutes for a little while. So she's had to step away from us, so she's not going to be with us, but anything that's around, if we can't answer those questions that may be specific to enrollment, magnet program, CTE, we will capture that, and then we'll get you those answers and back to you. We also have Ms. Kathy Elling, who's our Chief School Performance Officer, who once again is around our learning communities work directly with the principals, also student services. We have Dr. Barnes, who just did a phenomenal job. Thank you, sir. Much better than I am with these PowerPoints. I do appreciate that. And so who just shared the PowerPoint with you, and he is going to be here for equity as part of the equity superintendents, who he supervises, and also, as you know from many of the questions that came from today, about accountability for the district. We also have Mr. Brian Kingsley, who is our Chief Academic Officer. We already know that he has one question that's been teed up for him, specifically around the curriculum implementation that's taken place over the first couple of years, how that hasn't slowed down and continued as we've made these changes. And then also Ms. Sheila Shirley, who is the best Chief Financial Officer, not only in North Carolina, but on the East Coast. And I say that with a deering heart, because she knows that. She does the work. And we so appreciate her, because without her, we can't get done what we need to get done. So at this point in time, however you want to, Superintendent, I will pass it back to you and let you open it up any way you feel free. But just know that, like I said, once again, I know we do have one question that's on the table, and we can go from there. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hayes, and I want to thank Dr. Barnes as well for the presentation, and our entire staff, because while we are presenting, while we're sharing the information and providing updates, the real heroes are in the classrooms. They're on the Zoom calls doing the work at the ground level. And so I just wanted to acknowledge the work of our school-based staff, our teachers, our principals, our assistant principals, and all staff who contribute to our success. And so we've got a lot of work to do. As I was recalling the conversation about the NAEP scores, we're happy with the progress that our 4th and 8th graders are making in reading and in math, but we're not satisfied. I think Ms. Byers-Bailey, you mentioned about being a tall tree in a short forest. That's not acceptable. I mean, we appreciate the achievement of our students, but we know that, to Ms. Dashew's comments, we have a great deal of work to do for our students at home to ensure that all kids are achieving at the levels that they should be and reaching their potential. So with that, Madam Chair, I will turn it back over to you. And again, we have staff in the room who are available to answer specific questions.
Okay. Questions? Ms. Sawyer, you want to start with, who are you pointing at?
Asked it of Mr. Kingsley to talk about how our curriculum changes align with the years in our strategic plan and the impact that we hope to see in our students' learning going forward, and how the first year decline in scores does or doesn't align with our curriculum change.
Yeah, thank you for that thoughtful question. We are in year 2 of a very intentional change management strategy that involves not just providing the highest quality curriculum available to our teachers in elementary schools and in our middle schools, but also really deep professional development for all of our teachers, up to 48 hours of PD this year, building off of what we also offered last summer and in the year before, to ensure that this is a very significant exchange in the classroom, whether you are learning remotely or in person. I want us just to imagine just for a second that if this pandemic may have happened 2 years ago, the materials and the resources that any of our children in our elementary schools and middle schools would have varied in every instance. They now have a standard floor of excellence that our teachers and their artistry and their heart and their own ability to make magic out of what they're being offered is really an opportunity to create equitable classrooms and equitable instruction regardless of the modality that's taking place of instruction right now. I can't agree more, both what the Board of Education as well as our superintendent just articulated in terms of the heroism of our teachers. They have really just absolutely redefined our classroom experiences as a result of the pandemic. And they've identified ways to figure it out, not just the technology solutions, but figuring out ways to continue to manage relationship building, to ensure that this is not just an exchange of books and activities and worksheets, but it's an opportunity for us to provide thoughtful feedback. I think it's important to remind ourselves why we did this work. Over 2 years ago, we did a quality review of instruction in our system across all of our, it was done in 25 schools that were a representative sample of the demographics of our system, across all of our learning communities, across magnet schools, non-magnet schools, schools that were Title I, non-Title I, visited 25 schools, K-12, and we found at that time over 25 literacy programs existed just in those 25 schools. If we were to do that same sampling across 175 schools, there may be another 25 to 50 more. For mathematics, there were 16 in just those 25 schools alone. Now we have one in our elementary schools and in our middle schools. Now we have one one ELA, English Language Arts program. It's not a program, it's a curriculum. And we have now one mathematics curriculum in our elementary schools and in our middle schools. It took a lot of collective teamwork to do that, not just in terms of provisioning it, because if we remember 10 years ago when we raised standards and expectations across the state, we were not in a position as a system to resource it because of the recession that took place. The budget at the state level for curriculum went to $3 million in 1 year. And so we are just now beginning to build the infrastructures that are necessary to go from what you see on the NAEP scores, what you see in our college and career readiness scores, to ensuring that all of our classrooms even have a chance. We think about what's the scenario of raising the bar, but not giving teachers what they've needed to actually do what we've asked them to do. We're only in year 2 of that treatment. And we're in a scenario that's really struggling in terms of us being able to identify where our students are in terms of academic performance today. But we're doing a great job in terms of understanding that adult behaviors predict student outcomes. And the adult behaviors are heroic. They're taking place across the system each and every day. In order to position ourselves financially to do this work, because it's not free, even though some of the curricula that we have bought or invested in are open educational resources, just last year alone, we have redirected $14 million in academics to provide this investment and deepen it. It wasn't about going outside and looking for other ways to find it. It was identifying what wasn't working and strategically sunsetting that. Over the last 2 years, we have strategically sunset over $6 million in curriculum procurement efforts that were done previously that we recognize were not aligned to our college and career ready standards. Those are no longer in the hands of our schools, in our families' classrooms, or in their homes. And now we have an opportunity to have a good faith investment of what we do have. And we anticipate this strategy reaching out into our high schools in the year ahead, which we're really super excited about that, both from an English language arts perspective and a math perspective. $14 million of redirecting in 1 year is not insignificant. Those investments don't just go to purchasing curriculum, they go to also building the people that are necessary to support it. We have 14 new curriculum specialists that are aligned in the district right now to each of our learning communities just to support this effort. They were not in place a year ago, but they were other positions that we recognize were no longer aligned to the goals and the strategies of our strategic plan. So we repurposed, redeveloped our team to make sure we were more strategic in those efforts. The infrastructures that have been in place to support college and career-ready classrooms and equitable instruction were not always there, and they're continuing to be built over time. It's having a clear vision of what college and career readiness is. It's having an understanding that we must have a standard curriculum, a guaranteed viable curriculum in our classrooms. We also know that we must have high-quality professional development to not just give something to our teachers and say good luck, but make sure that we're investing in them and their own learning deeply. while also understanding that we need to continue to have enrichment opportunities and intervention opportunities for our students that we also have as a standard treatment protocol across all of our schools. When you think about the work, and I'll say this in closing, of our Breaking the Link report, that was kind of a charge to the lens of why our strategic plan was important and where some of these infrastructures needed to be built. Great teaching was one of the primary targets that we knew that we needed to invest in our people in order to get this work done. We also know that we needed to invest in access to advanced coursework. Over the last year, we have increased participation for students of color by over 3% in our high schools in having access to advanced placement courses. Just last year alone, performance for our Black population as well as our Hispanic population, the student performance on our advanced placement courses increased by over 13%. There are things that are working in our system that we should be proud of, but they will take time to grow roots. They will take not just internal enthusiasm and support, but community-wide support and understanding in the patients that we're continuing to organize ourselves in efficient ways to make sure that we can maximize what we actually put back into the classroom and invest in our teachers so they can invest in our students. And I'm really proud of the work that it's happening because I believe, and I'm not just alone in this, that it's a national exemplar for how to build health into a school system. So thank you again for your question.
Dr. Jones.
I just want to say thank you. Every time I hear your presentation, it just makes me feel great. How teachers have been able to creatively engage students during this pandemic time, they need all of the gratitude that we can possibly give. I appreciate your leadership in setting a clear vision of how teachers teach, how students learn, and for college and career readiness is our goal. So I appreciate what you're doing. It makes me feel better and better each time I hear you present. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a team effort. Thank you, ma'am.
Ms. Shipp.
And I was going in that same direction, Mr. Kingley, because one of the things that I know had been a real concern, and you really talked a lot about it, was the inconsistency of curriculum and instruction across this district and resources and materials. And I know that was a great piece that you pulled together to go through this entire district and look at consistency and what we're using to teach curriculum in our buildings and the design, lesson designs and instruction and providing that. And I know many times, I know you heard that pushback probably from teachers wanting to have more freedom and flexibility. But first we need to ensure that we are teaching what needs to be taught at every grade level in a way that will meet those goals and objectives. So I think that that has really been a great piece for the district. And I also want to commend you, and I know there's a lot of work still to be done around professional development, because anytime we bring in anything new, it takes a lot for a district this size for teachers to have the kind of professional development training they need to be able to effectively teach the curriculum. And I know this year, fourth grade came on to the EL program, and that was a big piece, along with everything else that was going on. How is that going in terms of making sure we have that professional development strong as we continue to bring in different grade levels? And I know you talked about the math consistency as well.
So thank you so much for asking that. The pandemic, while it has provided significant struggle for all of us in so many different ways, it has also provided us incredible opportunity to reimagine, to not go back to a normal that we all can acknowledge didn't serve all people well. And one of the things that we've learned is we have now more access to people than we ever imagined, because we're no longer confined by the walls and how many people can fit in a room. We're no longer confined by the 20 minutes or 40 minutes that teachers may have in their PLC when they're running to the next class and trying to think about the next thing that they need to do, or the student who didn't finish their work in the last classroom. We now can provide them flexible adult learning where they can do it at their leisure and give them an opportunity to provide ongoing supports and be asynchronous in style, as well as ensuring that we're having synchronous opportunities where they have live touch points with both peers as well as curriculum specialists. The number of resources that were built in partnership with teachers this year are in the thousands. Our community and our system has become one of the large, I believe, I have no data to support this, but I'm going to say it anyway, but we've become one of the largest publishing companies in the world, in my opinion, because we have digitized anything that wasn't digital prior to ensure that the lessons we learned last spring, which I think was an exemplar then, that we wanted to make sure that our parents were no longer dependent upon trying to figure that out on their own, that all of those resources, both from a student perspective, but to your point, an adult learning perspective, was flexible. And now we have opportunities to think about all of our chemistry teachers and our physics teachers and our middle school. It's not just about the areas that we've adopted curriculum, but it's also about all of the other teachers that we now have access to through Zoom and other different types of digital opportunities to build courses for them to continue to refine in their learning, knowing they're just as valuable as our teachers that are implementing our new curriculum in the system.
Thank you, because that's so invaluable, the PD. Thank you.
Ms. Marshall?
When we had to abruptly pivot in the spring, and again, heroic efforts were made by everybody to try to put online what we didn't have any time to prepare for. So we had a whole quarter there, and now we've definitely had, almost a whole semester, although they've been approached differently for sure because of what we knew. How do we go about with the missing concepts that students didn't pick up in that last quarter of the spring? And certainly, we know that we've got Swiss cheese learning right now.
Yeah.
We've definitely got some holes.
Yeah.
So how do we sort of begin to put all that back together for students, and how long does that take? Because I know there's curriculum sort of circles around. So how long do you anticipate all those things being covered?
I think that's a really big question and an important question. But it's no need to apologize. But I want to make sure I answer it well. The focus of our school system in terms of ensuring that there's the appropriate scaffolding, that there's the appropriate interventions, as well as enrichment opportunities. We've really doubled down on our big bet of investing in our English language arts curricula. K-12, even though we have a procured purchase curriculum, we've also developed a curriculum that is high quality in our high schools as well, in mathematics. I don't want to say to the public as well as the teachers who are teaching other courses that those scaffolds and interventions are at the same level and the same tier as they are in English language arts and math, but we aspire to continue to work in partnership with those teachers to build them. But that is our big bet. We also wanted to make sure that we recognize that the standards are built a little bit differently in those two courses. And we're a little bit more challenged in mathematics than we are English. And I think if you saw the recent national map data reports that came out, there's a trend that we're seeing more of a reduction in mathematics than we are in English language arts for students who are taking the MAP assessment across the country as a result of how the standards are constructed, because they really need to be focused on the major work of the grade, and there's very little room to bring in prior year standards. Okay. And so we have to be intentional about our time and our energy and our attention, and also how we actually offer interventions, and the interventions we offer is really, really important. We've used new dollars under the direction of our Chief Financial Officer to make sure that not just our core curriculum was standardized across all of our elementary schools, middle schools, and high schools, but we used to offer various interventions. So if you think about you and I, we have a try not best to use a health example here, but if you and I were experiencing the same symptoms of a sore throat, we would probably go to an urgent care one place or another and get treated in the same way, be asked the same questions. The same interventions would be applied. But as a result of our infrastructures not being healthy, that looked different across all of our schools in terms of how we were intervening about things that are proven to work. And so we've solved that problem during the pandemic by investing in standard treatment protocols, standard interventions to ensure teachers have at their fingertips what they need when children are experiencing a certain deficit on a certain standard or a certain skill. That was not in place a year ago. So those are the things that will continue to take time to grow roots, but we have more resources in place to tackle it. But we also know there are other challenges in terms of engagement and technology that also add to the complexity of that. So it's a long answer to a deep,
To a long
thoughtful question, but
Thanks. Okay, appreciate that.
you're welcome.
Anyone? Ms. Barnes-Bailey?
Thank you. When the COVID finally hit in the fall and we decided everybody go on remote, we said, there are some groups of students that cannot possibly learn remotely. They have to have in-person learning. And one of the first groups that we brought in were our preschools. And we brought them in full-time every day because they are babies. They don't put a computer in front of them and expect them to think it's not a toy. Have we been able to assess whether or not we were, well, I guess we can't really, I don't know, have we, let me ask you, have we been able to determine how successful we have been with them? Because the whole point of our emphasis on that group of children was to make sure they didn't hit kindergarten being 3 grades behind.
Yeah.
And because we've struggled with that for years. And the whole point of emphasizing preschool was so that when they hit kindergarten, they would be kindergarten ready. And we wouldn't face that whole group of kids that knew nothing.
Yeah.
So how, they've had full day every day since, what, maybe middle of September?
I'm not sure.
Somewhere along
I don't have the specific date in front of me.
October 12th.
Yeah, so it's not that long ago.
No,
Okay,
that's
October.
Feels like, in
Yeah, it
COVID
does.
years, it was a long time ago.
Yeah.
the extensions.
Yeah.
But
So
do we have any sense of how successful we are being because in this, with that intervention with them this early and that fully?
I don't have any specific data in front of me. There are specific, we do offer certain assessments to our pre-K students through our Teaching Strategies Gold platform to make sure that we are building a ladder to kindergarten readiness. I can say from visiting several pre-K classrooms across our district that they are incredibly happy to be there. They are thoughtful. They are following all of the rules that are setting forth. You wouldn't know that they're in a different environment because of the joy in the center that's in the center of those classrooms. I think it's important to note that our district has done an incredible amount of work to provision resources to not just our pre-K students, but our pre-K through grade 2 students to ensure that they can access their learning remotely using technologies. We have invested in over 25,000 iPad devices for our pre-K through grades 2 students that were not in place last spring to ensure that the continuity of learning did not stop whether you chose to be in an in-person environment or remote. We are still offering the option to our pre-K families that in the event that they did not want to come back to an in-person experience and wanted to stay or choose our full remote academy, they had the opportunity to do that. And many of them chose to do that, which has been great. We've been strengthening our partnership with our MEC pre-K programs, who are offering an in-person experience, and any of their families who have wanted remote, they have been gladly being able to consult and move them into our CMS pre-K environment, which has been great. So I think, from an adult perspective of implementing high-quality instruction, incredible outreach, I think we're doing the very best we can. What that translates into terms of student performance right now, I would say that it's a question mark, and I want to be fair and honest about that. We still have some work to be able to do, but the outreach is there both at home as well as in person.
Oh, I did not realize that we were doing remote for MEC Ed as well as our own students.
I'm sorry, ma'am, I may have missed the last part. I apologize.
I said I did not realize that we were doing remote pre-K for MECED as well as our own students.
Well, it's not, we're not providing that service for MEC Pre-K. MEC Pre-K has graciously taken any of their families who have interest in that option and have been able to kind of move them over to the CMS Pre-K system. So that's a thoughtful way of us collaborating with one another in this partnership to make sure families have options and they're receiving services that they want and they need.
That's great, thank you.
It is great. You're welcome.
I'm really glad that we are doing that and working in coordination with them.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Dr. Hayes.
That's fine. A couple of questions I had, I'm hearing is around, how do we know where students are in absence of an assessment at the end of the year? So I want to draw your attention to a slide that you have, slide 11. I believe it has, I don't know if I can go back. But anyway, in that slide, what you will see there is that one of the things, not trying to put Superintendent Winston on the spot here, but one of the things Superintendent Winston said to us, even in the circumstances we're under, is how do we know? How do we know? That's key. And so through the working of Miss Nancy Bartles, I apologize, Miss Angie Bartles, y'all may know Miss Nancy Bartles, who used to be with us in the district as an area superintendent, Miss Angie Bartles, and then also Dr. Frank Barnes. Here you will see a very early rendition of a practice of looking at what do we have in the district that allows us, outside of a formal assessment, to know how we're doing and what's the health of the organization, and how do we know they're meeting the needs of the students. And once again, this is very, very early on in the stages of this being developed, so I want to be very clear in that. But this is a process that will begin to grow and develop in our organization. We have been absent of this for a little bit of time. So I want to state that clearly as well. And it's hard to even have that type of continuous improvement when you have what Mr. Brian Kingsley spoke about earlier. Within 25 schools, you have 25 different, ELA programs. So by going at this as a systemic approach in our curriculum, it allows you to be able to monitor that continuous improvement outside of just being able to look at what many people refer to as an autopsy at the end of the year, to know whether you've actually done the work that needs to be done. So I share that with you just to know that when you ask what are the things, these are in there listed, some of the information, some of the pieces that we have. They're also developed by the focus areas that we've been charged with by the superintendent to focus in on, which are directly related and aligned to our strategic plan and its development and execution. So I just wanted to share that with you as well. Thank you.
That's good. Thank you.
Ms. Sawyer and then Ms. De La Hara.
I think Dr. Barnes alluded to progress we've made in engaging students in higher level learning. Could you talk a little more about that? And I didn't write the numbers down fast enough. The number of students who are now taking Math 1 in 8th grade or AP classes. Because I know that's something you've been working toward, and has that happened even during the pandemic?
I want to make sure I give you accurate information. So what I had referenced earlier was the participation in advanced placement courses has increased each of the last 3 school years. In 2017, 2018, we had a total of 8,967 students enrolled in advanced placement courses. We know at that time we also began to expand a standard set of 10 advanced placement courses across all of our comprehensive high schools. That has now resulted, as of last year, in 1920, we had 10,838 students total participated in advanced placement coursework. That was approximately and when you break that down by subgroup, it's an approximate 4% increase in participation for our Black students. And just under 4%, I have an estimated 3.6% increase for our Hispanic subgroup population. all ships are rising. So we're not taking away the opportunities, we're increasing the opportunities, as well as the opportunity. Excellence is still continuing to take place, which I think is a great testament to our advanced placement teachers for their efforts. When you think about the work that they've had to do navigating the pandemic last year, to not just offer new coursework in many instances, but also ensure that students were successful in that coursework. That's really incredibly important. And so I'm grateful to share that increase in access with you.
Are the IB students, they are not in encapsulated?
That's not included in those numbers, no, ma'am. That's only advanced placement courses.
And do you have those numbers for 2021, since those are?
Not in front of me.
Okay.
I don't have that in front of me. It's a great question. I can get that for you for sure.
Math 1, do you have similar numbers for Math 1?
Not in front of me,
Okay.
but I can certainly get that.
And could you also, if IB has seen any sort of increase of that nature, or just their trajectory as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Delahara? Or wait, did I skip you,
No,
Ms. Schiff?
just go
Is
ahead.
yours still for Mr. Kingsley, though? I was kind of waiting because I'm shifting to budget.
Okay, mine is King.
Go ahead, yes.
Okay, okay, yeah. One of the things you kind of alluded to, and I think is the ability to have the advanced placement courses and master teachers throughout the district. And I think one of the things we hear a lot is we're increasing it and we're having more students in it. And you did make the point of saying, not only are we saying the numbers are growing, but they're being successful.
Yeah.
So that's very important. So are we really ensuring now that we have those master teachers at all of our high schools throughout the district to make that happen? Because I know that was an issue too, and we hear it quite a bit, that a school is lacking master teachers to teach these advanced placement classes, and especially IB.
Yeah, so if you can appease me just for a second, I'd like to read one or two highlights in that area that I think are really important.
That's good.
That we've provided just in the last year professional learning to over 240 high school teachers and staff in AVID. That all is to support academic and social and emotional needs for students during remote learning, with an increased emphasis on what that role that type of work played on advanced placement coursework. We've also restructured the role of our advanced placement lead teachers to provide more intentional supports with content, culturally responsive teaching, and engaging students in remote learning. So it's been an increased emphasis on the support of the teachers. Again, knowing adult behaviors and their performance. If our ships rise on the adult front, they're also going to rise on the student front. And that's not me speaking in a deficit. We all need development, including myself at the front of the line. But that is one of the reasons why we've been able, with the openness of not just our teachers, but the leadership of our principals at the high school level, to make sure that they're developing the conditions that are necessary for both access as well as excellence. So thank you again for your question.
Thank you.
Ms. Delahara?
Thank you. I'm sort of switching over to budget here just because I was reading this and was just curious about the process in the very first line where it says November 30th through January 15th, focus area team launch. I was hoping somebody could help me understand what that is. Is that like, different departments, like curriculum, social, emotional, like are we looking, are you all having those conversations now amongst yourselves?
It's slide 35, the focus areas. And
What
36.
financial investments have we made? I just was kind of wondering what's happening over that, 45-day period when you say team launch. Is that the departments discussing what the goals are? You're already starting that work?
Yeah, it's a great question. So I can't get the slide to go back to that one, but as Ms. Dashu mentioned,
So those are the teams?
Your
Okay.
focus areas.
yeah, so it's on slide 35. And the superintendent has outlined these focus areas, as Dr. Barnes mentioned, which are aligned to our strategic plan. What we've done is create a process that's linked to the PDCA that he showed you on a previous slide, to have these teams go deep into these focus areas and evaluate kind of current state, understand an inventory of what's happening in each of these areas, what work is aligned and related, and then We will build on that work as we kind of set goals and strategies in each of these areas to better understand what we need to prioritize in terms of funding, and also what comprehensive action plans we need to put together to transform our work in these areas over time.
And so then, in thinking about some of the financial investments we've already made in community support, we talked about partnering with families. Like, where would that fall in these 7 focus areas? Like, more support in engaging families? I see health of the district, possibly. I'm just wondering when I want to start advocating for certain things, like which area are we looking at? Where would that fall? Because I don't see it specifically laid out, here as an area of focus, but I'm sure it's embedded somewhere here. Would that be health of the district?
Well, it's a really good question, and how we've been conceptualizing it is, in order to understand what's going to make the biggest difference in these areas, we have to deeply engage our stakeholders. We know that. And we would consider our community and our families to be chief among those stakeholders. We need to understand how the work in each of these areas impacts them and lands on their experience and impacts their students' experience in CMS. So instead of it being a discrete focus area, what we would say is it kind of cuts across all and will be embedded into the process we're asking these teams to eventually take on. As Dr. Barnes mentioned, this is, I know it looks like a long time frame because it's a chunk of more than a month here on the screen, but we're asking these focus area teams to come together for the long haul. So we'll be launching them to focus on this budget process, but as we think about the work that's going to transform our district and help us achieve those targets in the plan, we know that we'll have to have more deep engagement of our stakeholders along the way, but in every area.
Okay. All right, that is helpful. Thank you. This is the first time that I'm starting that really from November moving forward, so I just wanted to better understand it. And just another comment in thinking about budget, certainly we're working through our budget. I know the county will be looking at their budget as well. And last year, for the very first time as a resident of Mecklenburg County, I went to one of those engagement workshops. And I guess I'm just encouraging to the community, if you were listening, to participate in that, even if that is an online event, which I assume it would be this year, because it was really a valuable experience to sit and break into small groups. And the county manager was there and other county staff as everyone talked about, what's important to the community. And as we all know, education, certainly that day when I was in Cornelius doing it, but the ultimate results was the #1 commitment of what the Charlotte-Mecklenburg community wanted and thought was important was education. So just want to encourage people to be looking for that, because I'm assuming they'll do some sort of online format where our residents can continue to engage and voice their opinion. Thanks.
Anybody else? It's a good place to wrap it up until we meet again. Do you, not to put you on the spot, but have any closing thoughts, Mr. Superintendent?
Well, I appreciate certainly staff's efforts in preparation for today, and equally appreciate the board's engagement. This is but a first step today, and as you can see by the calendar, we've got some dates calendared and anticipate further conversation to be able to map out as we move forward what our budget should look like and how we alter, if any, our strategic plan and the work. So thank you all for this conversation. I would be remiss if I did not share. Last night had an opportunity to, and several members of the team had an opportunity to meet with approximately 60 or so of our high school students. And one of the questions that we asked them was, when you compare when you look back to March 13th, when we had to pivot, and you compare that to now, your experience in school, and whether that be in person or remotely, what has that experience been like? And across the board, they shared that it is an improved experience since we left in the spring, that there's more structure, it's more effective And so I say that to say that we know things are getting better. Now, do we have opportunities for growth? Absolutely. Absolutely. And we won't shy away from that. But we know we're moving in the right direction. And I believe, as Mr. Kingley said, we have to stay the course in terms of our investments and the work that we're doing. So I look forward to the future conversations, and we'll turn it back over to you, Madam Chair.
All right. Well, thank you all for carving out time this afternoon for this important conversation, and thank you, staff, for all your hard work and preparing this. It's just so good to look beneath the hood and see what you all are working on, and I think we need to do more of that. We need to be more mindful and stay in touch with that. So I guess the next time we will see each other will be at our regularly scheduled board meeting on Tuesday, and then we'll see each other again on Thursday at our joint meeting with the county commissioners, which I know we're all looking forward to. And then we'll meet again in January. And the next time we'll be specifically speaking about the budget altogether, according to this schedule, is January 21st. So I feel like we're off and running on the budget. I'm glad we're starting to talk about it this early. I think that's an improvement too. So yeah, I think just against all odds, we're just really doing good work, and I feel like we're ending the year up strong, and just amazed at everybody's stamina, given what we've all been through. So thank you, everybody. This concludes the workshop session, and I will now entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion from Ms. Byers-Bailey, second from Ms. Sawyer. All in favor, please raise your hands. Any opposed? We are adjourned, Madam Clerk, by 7 to 0.